Good morning, everyone. A rejected tiger, rejected opinions. Welcome to the stream. I kind of lost track of time. I'm making notes about the chapters I wrote last week and yesterday, and literally lost track of time. Does not happen often. Alrighty, good morning, everyone. Good morning, and welcome to Tuesday. Second day of the work week, for those of us who work under that schedule. Rejected, as far as I'm aware, is not a tiger. They are an opinion. But yeah, thank you. Welcome to the stream. I hope you are having a good week. I hope the week started well for all of you. I hope you are energized for the rest of it. Today being Tuesday, it is Read and Correct morning. And for those who are new to this, these are when I read and correct chapters from my stories. I record them, which means that while I am doing so, I ignore the chat. Anything said during the chat, it will be addressed after the fact. Enjoy the lurk, James. To minimize the chances of things running long, I will start this now. By confirming, microphone is turned on, turning off, desktop audio. I will confirm I'm... Whoa, what happened here? On the correct screen. And of course, I forgot to pause that. And on the correct image. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing Chapter 2 of The Technician's Fight. And I'm just noticing that I forgot to update the image. Oh well. You don't have to do this. Berlandrirano said, he referred to me as Alpha. Gragra countered. She scoffed. If a civilian does that, you ask them to stop, pointing out there are consequences to them using that title. What is this really about, Growl? He leaned back in the seat, thinking back to how hard Jeremy had fought to go on the pirate ship. I'm realizing that Jer isn't the kind of male who'll stay out of situations he believes he can help with, regardless of how dangerous it is. You're just realizing this now? You're the one who named him my little warrior. He nodded. He'd felt the name appropriate for how Jeremy had fought against what was done to him, against the threat made to keep them from being together. He hadn't expected the meaning to run deeper. Maybe I was hoping for a nice civilian who'd wait for me at home to reward me when I returned from a hunt like an Brandriano. Laughter exploded out of her, and she bent forward, falling out of her seat. Gregoran fought the urge to get out of his and make sure she was okay. As impressive as her falling out of the bowl-shaped seat was, she was still laughing. Laughing at him. Beta, should I remind you of protocol when in your Alpha's presence? Put an egg in it and swallow, she replied between laugh. That was why the instructors warned against Alpha being friends with their hunters. There happened. It caused a blurring of ranks which led to them taking liberties. She pulled herself up with visible effort, still chuckling. Civilian? You've had your pick of civilians, if that was what you were interested in. I can think of a certain pilot who would have looked at you as if you were a namesake, welcoming to the forest for his reward. She leveled a now steady gaze on him as she sat. Whoever you decided on, that's going to be a comma, was always going to be someone with claws and a fire in his heart. Jared doesn't have claws. You've missed his glove for this long? After you said he needed them? Maybe I hope for someone. Who was he trying to convince? She certainly didn't need it. Her arguments weren't that he shouldn't be doing this, but questioning why he was. I don't want to lose him again. I don't want to risk him deciding he needs to help resolve. I don't want to risk him deciding he needs to help, resulting in him being put in a situation he can't handle. It was fine when all we were doing was getting him ready to defend himself against the next Earther attempt to kidnap him, because those will always happen with some of us around to assist, but he was left alone. He ordered the hunter left with him to leave him alone, and it could have resulted in his death. If he'd been properly trained as a hunter, he would have known to never send his escort away, no matter what it sounded like was happening elsewhere. No matter how relieved the hunter was to be released so he could go to his pack's rescue, she added. Gregoran nodded. He was glad the hunter's beta had already seen to his chastising, because he couldn't trust himself to keep it just. I'm willing to change his training, she said, if he agrees to it. I don't know if he's going to understand. Then you need to make him understand, Growl. I can't train someone who doesn't want to be a hunter. You know, it's nothing like just learning how to fight. We need to learn how to think, how to stop letting the odds dictate what we'll do, that what we do means something, even when we don't understand what. If we need to die so our people live, we need to be willing to die. I don't want him to die, she snorted. You don't want any of your hunters to die, so there's no change there. But we are willing to die. We need to be, if the gods demand it. If they dared, he was going to have words with them when he reached the forest, and their answers had better please him if they wanted something to remain of their domain. All right, I will explain the situation, and if I can convince him, you will start his hunter training. Oh, I hope he does, because I cannot wait to find out what the leadership does about there being a non-Kelsarian hunter. He is Kelsarian, Gregoran stated, so there's nothing they can say. She raised her hand in defeat, but kept grinning. He had to agree with her that the leadership would try to make something of this. Let them. He was willing to take on the gods for his heart. His people's military leaders were nothing compared to them. Now that's settled, any idea how it is Jer actually survived this capture? They're pirates, she replied. One of them thought they knew who he was and figured that they could make money selling him back to the Earthers. He nodded. With an Earther in their crew, it gave them a way to make that happen. Not that she seemed likely to. According to your heart, she didn't think the Earthers would pay them. They'd take him and kill everyone else. Makes me question why we wanted to shepherd them into the Federation. Aggression isn't a criteria for rejection, he replied, pulling up Jeremy's report. If it was, we wouldn't be part of it. It wasn't properly written, not quite a civilian's version, but it lacked attention to details that mattered to him, to the hunt, such as one of the pirates' crew indicating she had knowledge of a force they knew to be antagonistic to them. Most of it was about the reactor, the dangerous modification and mix of species technology someone had done. Or of his attack, he mentioned the species. There was an attempt at giving an evaluation of the combat capability of the Earther. He mentioned her presence and nothing more. Something else he would have to know to write properly if he'd receive Hunter. Something else he would have known to write properly if he'd receive Hunter training. Anything else the Earther related on the ship that related that didn't make it to the report? Hunters sometimes forgot detail as they calmed down from the hunt, which they wouldn't realize they had, even as they recounted the stories to their friends after the fact. It was why he had a handful of betas arranged for victory celebrations so they could listen in on those stories and compare them to the reports. Nothing relevant. Someone mentioned there were no signs she'd slept with anyone on the crew. Not all Earthers will be free with having sex outside their species. Hey, I've only come across 2 of them before now. One's with you, and the other one had no problem enjoying the attention his exotism brought. And now, some of us understand why your heart is more than enough for you sexually. The endurance I've seen technician Jeremy Bradshaw demonstrate while training takes on a new aspect when applied to sex. We are both quite satisfied with each other. He replied as the only confirmation he was willing to give. What are we doing with that Earther? She asked. I don't know yet. I've already filed the report with the respective government for the other pirates, so they'll be claimed and they can deal with their punishment as well as the fallout of the responsibilities of their action. But she's a different case. It's not like the Federation has the agreement with them to facilitate that. That's one of the issues. Shook his head at the inquisitive tilt of her ear. He wasn't willing to discuss that until he'd questioned the Earther, and he figured that tomorrow she'd be in a receptive state after 2 days alone in a cell. He stood. Thank you for the assistance, Beta. Go home. Enjoy life. She grinned. You do the same. You go do the same. He would. Jeremy was still writing the post-hunt survival need to prove he was still alive. He entered the apartment to the smell and sound of roasting meat. When Jeremy had asked for an apartment with a food preparation area, Gregory hadn't expected his eating habit to change as much as they had. Jeremy had told them about his cooking while they were separated, but there was always a "I have nothing better to do" sense with hints of problem solving in translating non-Earthers ingredients into Earthers recipe. But as soon as they had moved in, Jeremy had started cooking. There had been horrible things Gargan had only been willing to test because his heart made them. Earthers had a liking for sweet that terrified him. The spicy meats had been good, although being presented in large chunk of it to cut himself had left him feeling like he needed to rush. Like if he couldn't take the time to properly prepare his food, it had to mean he was in danger and hurrying was the only solution. Jeremy had been considerate after that and cut his portions ahead of time. He clearly enjoyed the act of digging into his food. His heart was watching the item on the cooktop instead of doing something to them. So Gregory wrapped his arms around him and nuzzled the side of his neck. Welcome home. Jeremy leaned back into him, turning his head and exposing more of the neck. Gregory licked it, his heart picking up speed as another part of his anatomy came to attention. There was something about bare flesh being exposed to his teeth like that excited him. He nibbled before straightening. Food smells good. What did you make? Simple roasted Rajirania with a selection of sauce. Selections? Finally getting me to accept saucing my meat while cooking? Leah explained why you prefer multiple sauces over a singular way of preparing the meat during my sessions. Sit with her. My session with it. Previous chapter implies that he'll have one, so. Oh, and what was her insight? It's a social thing. You've always lived in group, and it was impossible for everyone to prepare their own food while still fighting for survival. So the pack's chef had to come up with ways to accommodate everyone without making their work so difficult they couldn't keep up with it. And making sauce for everyone was the solution. That sounds plausible enough. You don't agree? He chuckled. I have no idea why we started. All I can tell you is that our ballads depict even the gods eating this way. So we've been doing it for a very long time. Go wash up. I'll have everything finished by the time you come back. Jeremy's smell told him that his heart wanted to, wanted to shower with him, but he didn't voice it, so Gregoran respected it. They'd have all evening to make up for missing that session of sex. I wanted to add description of their new, because this is brand new apartments. I have not described them yet, and I was hoping to do that here, and I forgot. Do that in second draft. Gregoran smiled at the sound of the utensil being placed on the plate, accompanied with a satisfied sigh. Okay, I outdone myself for this time. I agree. The meat was delicious by itself, and the sauces covered a lot of flavors. I noticed. You didn't try the plum sauce, Jeremy said with a chuckle. I can smell how sweet that is. The one you called sweet and sour was bad enough, but this one smells of pure sweetness. And yet you eat fruits. We don't add sweeteners to them. We also don't do whatever you do to them for your pies. Fruits are for wines and to be enjoyed as they are. Then explain, Doraemon. You don't drink that directly, Gregoran replied in disgust, remembering the walking in on Jeremy putting a spoonful of the stuff in his mouth. It's for, emotion helplessly. I don't know what the cooks use it for. I'm guessing some of the sauces that have a slight sweetness to them. Slight is so strong a word for what's in those. It's too strong. No, slight is too strong a word for what's in those, because Kelsarians don't do sweet as a rule, which means that it takes very little for them to enjoy it. And too much, it's very easy to go too far. Jeremy, being human, kind of likes really sweet stuff. So, yeah. Gregoran took the platter of sauce and brought them to the counter. Jer, we need to talk about something. His heart, clearly humorous, replied was swallowed. Okay, he said tentatively, pushing the remnant of the sauces into the recycler. He rested his back against the counter. What you did, demanding to be allowed on the pirate ship, that was dangerous. Please let me finish, he added as the heat he saw in Jeremy's eyes and the tightening of his jaw. You did well. You protected the pack there by keeping the reactor from exploding, but you placed yourself in danger and you called me Alpha. You are the Alpha. I'm not the civilians' Alpha. Civilians don't call me that, because those who are allowed to use that title for me also demand my protection. You don't need to give me anything you don't want to. Gregoran chuckled. I'll protect you no matter what, Jer. You know that. This is about what it means for me to be my hunter's Alpha. The responsibility that comes with my rank. This feels more serious than you saying you don't want me to call you Alpha. Gregoran nodded. I can't allow a civilian to be in the situation you put yourself in. Oh, come on. You just said I did well. Yes, but you also ordered a hunter who lacked the experience to understand your order wasn't valid to leave you unguarded. I was nearly done. How was I to know some of the pirates would walk into engineering when they did? That isn't what this is about. What else can it be? It's about you not having the training to understand how hunters function. Okay, and I want you to get that training. I'm not a hunter, Growl. I'm not. It had to be this belief that stopped him. Jer, you demanded to be sent onto the front line. That isn't something a civilian does. Who else was going to do it? Who I ordered. Alex was never going to do it. He would have. He's the engineer. It's part of the responsibility, plural, that come with his rank. He would have gutted you. Yes, he could have. He would have, after doing what his captain ordered him to. I kept that from happening, Growl. Don't you get that's the reason I did it? No, it isn't. Yes, it is. What? You think I look for excuses to throw myself into a situation that might end up with me dead? Do you know what the hunter's creed is? You die so others live. Jeremy replied with a dismissiveness that was borderline insulting. We die so our people live. Do you think we become hunters because we want to die? We do it because it is work that must be done. There must be someone willing to stand before our enemies, no matter the cost, so that the rest of our people have a chance at living. I'm not asking you to be a hunter because I think you want to die. I'm asking you because I know that no matter what you say, when the time comes, you will demand to stand in the way of whatever trouble comes our way, and I need you to be ready. Growl, you're wrong. Gregran placed a hand on the side of Jeremy's face and smiled. I doubt that. But if it helps, if you don't take the training, I will never allow you to do this again. You can't be serious. What if I am Jer? I love you too much to allow you to be in danger like this again. Not without knowing you have the training to deal with it. I'm learning to fight already. That isn't the same. I need you to learn to be a hunter. And if I don't, you're locking me on the ship. Same as I do with every civilian. Jimmy searched his eyes, then cursed. Fine. I'll take that training, but I'm pissed at you right now. Good. Jimmy narrowed his eyes. Good? He smiled, hand moving down between and behind his heart. Yes, because now I get to work toward being forgiven. He squeezed the ass and pulled the earther against him. And that concludes chapter 2 of The Technician's Fight. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is up on Ream Story. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time, on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Hey Fox, you can't stay. Maybe all right. Well, thank you for dropping by and saying hello. I hope your day goes well. Hey Colo, welcome to the stream. What are you up to today? Why is that? Really? Alright, let's not get distracted any more than I already am. Right, 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 right. Did I set that up? I did not. Okay. Huh. Ream Story now does comics. Interesting. Musical. How the hell do you do music? Well, actually, there's audio. They do audiobooks now, so. But definitely some alien stuff in there. I don't think Space Opera fits. think polyamory falls into this one. Extreme violence? No. That would be in the previous book. That's gonna be later. Its nudity will be part of the story. There will be physical assault. And there is violence. Definitely adult. I don't know if ethnic diversity qualifies, seeing as these are alien, well, human and alien. Does mature content? Yes. Do I hold all the rights? Yes. Is it used? No. Oh. Right. It needs a cover. Oh, speaking of, I need to... Right, I already have that. Just need to... okay, so where's the problem? Here, copy. I thought I had updated that here. Replace. There we go. Ha! That is not that's not even fully correct, because yeah, there is that has an actual name now. Let's fix that. Let's reopen that because I need to update the actual name of this. All right. Here, here. That can be removed. And I need to make a new cover, because that's just a copy of the other one. I know what I want. I just have to do it. Well, I just have to do it and work out how to do it, because it's not like I'm good at DAZ 3D. Especially when it comes to using clothing, and for the next one, clothing. And I think I've worked out a way to put clothing on Groggeron if I can get it to do what I want. But we'll see. We will see. So done. To do that. And I really should take care of that right now before I forget. That. That's caught up. Which means I can get back to this. And yeah, okay. Ugh. That's why I like to start promptly. All right, so I will start another chapter by confirming microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing Chapter 3 of The Technician's Fight. Jeremy paused at the archway opening onto engineering. He was happy to be back to work after the few days off is part of the hunt had enforced on him. Hunters weren't allowed to just return from the line and get back to work as if nothing happened. They needed to live for a few days, enjoy having survived. He hadn't been one of them, but Gregoran kept him busy, and Jeremy had enjoyed that. But now it's time for his shift, and to confront the engineer. He'd be more comfortable with that if Alexia Nakaran had sought him out to let him know how he felt about what Jeremy had done. Running off, abandoning his post. However he saw it, his friend's temper should have meant that the moment Jeremy was cleared by medical, he would have been there, letting him know in no uncertain term what the consequences would be. That he hadn't? He headed for the stairs to the office. The engineer was already there. Jeremy wasn't sure his friend respected the shifts. He announced himself. As often as he was in the office, he didn't take for granted he was welcome there. The light turned blue and he entered. Alexiana Karan continued working, claws clicking as they hit the bottom of the key well. The key wells. This reminded Jeremy too much of when he'd barged into the office and made demands of the engineer. He waited. Are you here for a reason, technician? The engineer asked without looking at him. He ground his teeth. He hadn't cursed Kelsarians and their need for ranks in a while now, but he silently did so. He wanted to talk to his friend, not the engineer. This would be easier without the forced distance between them. I'm sorry for running off. Are you? Damn it, Alex! He bit off the rest. So much for not making this a repeat of that first time. The engineer turned his seat to face him, his expression unreadable. That, in itself, told Jeremy something of the other man's mood. With their ears, Kelsarian tended to be expressive to any who knew how to interpret the angles and the twitches. Everything on the engineer's head was perfectly still. How angry did he have to be to feel he couldn't afford to express anything? You get that I did it so you and Grau wouldn't have to argue, right? So you wouldn't have to be pissed at him? Did you? He closed his eyes. Something needed to be done. The hunters were in danger, and you wouldn't go willingly. And once Grau forced you, you'd be angry at him, and I didn't want to see that. Friends shouldn't be angry at each other. You shouldn't be this angry at me. I see. Jimmy wanted to scream. What did the men want from him? Alex, please. Your shift has started. He didn't have a friend here at the moment. Yes, engineer. Something's going on with conduit in Delta 8. Resolve that? Yes, engineer. Leaving the office, Jeremy noticed someone at Turok Station, but didn't have the time to find out why. With the engineer in the mood he was, he couldn't afford to give him any reason to be angrier. He grabbed tools from the locker and headed to Delta 8. This training room was not in the usual gym. Jeremy was no longer learning to defend himself. He was going to be taught to fight the way hunters did. And by the way people in the training circles hit the mat, it was going to hurt. He was in the hunter section of the ship. Not his first time there, since Atarikna had her lab within it, but this was deeper. The leisure alleys had been loud with the sounds of revelry. He caught a couple going at it as he passed by. The women against the wall passed by. That's going to be a phrase. The woman against the wall yelled in pleasure as she pressed the other woman's face against her groin. Oh, I see. That's why I went with in, because I already have against there. Hunters lived hard, he'd heard more than once, to make up for being called to the forest more than most, was the explanation. Sorry, be called to the forest before most. Jeremy had had a taste with how energetic the sex between him and Gagarin had been, but he couldn't imagine being on that level all the time. It would burn him out. Or maybe that was how he'd avoid it, by burning that energy on his heart. You are early. His instructor greeted him on entering. Jeremy's response was cut short by who was with her. Thurok looked at him impartially. This was the hunter Jeremy rarely saw in his friend. Hunter, she addressed Thurok, your task is to subdue your opponent. Before Jeremy processed the instruction, he was on his back, head spinning from hitting the mat, and he groaned. As far as you could tell, it have been on hand. Wait, what? As far as you could tell, it had been a hand on his chest, and he'd been raised and lowered hard. He saw worry on Thurik's face mask away as she crouched next to Jeremy. That wasn't impressive, his instructor said. It wasn't fair. Jeremy managed through the troubled breathing he still had. This is something I do a lot of. Flipping phrases around in ways that still work, but tend to be clunky, and that's because of my French heritage. Having learned French and English tend to flip a lot of phrases, the structure. So, that often carries into when I write English. That wasn't fair. Jeremy managed through still having trouble breathing. Welcome to the Hunters, Jeremy Bradshaw. Fair isn't something we do. You really think I'm going to learn anything if I'm always in pain? We have learned that pain is excellent in teaching young hunters to avoid feeling it. She stood. Hunter Thurok Selminial. Your task is to instruct this cub into what it means to be a hunter. Yes, Beta. He looked at Jeremy as she stepped away. Stand. He pushed to his feet and forced a few deep breaths. The pain was subduing. Your instruction, cub, is to take me down using whichever method you feel is adequate. That was a joke. His friend knew him too well to allow this to last long enough for Jeremy's higher stamina to give him the advantage. He closed his hand and raised them. He'd still give it. You have claws, Thurok stated. Jeremy looked at his fist. Yeah, but this is just training. I'm not. His chest hurt from the arm's impact more than the back of his head hitting the mat again. You are a hunter now, cub, Thurok said in an even tone, crouched next to him. A hunter doesn't care for his enemy's feeling because his enemies won't care for his. A hunter doesn't care for rules because his enemy will not care for them. The only thing a hunter cares for is to take him on Garten for as long as they can. We are destined for the forest, but never shall we go willingly. Do you understand? Kick my enemy's ass as hard as fast as I can. Got it. Thurok's smile was the first sign of warmth Jeremy saw on his face since his arrival. Good. Stand and take me down. It was still a joke. He pushed to his feet, but he wasn't going to back down. He opened his hand and tensed them. The glove responded, and he rushed at his friend. He slashed and winced from blocking the return punch. Even though the padding he now wore, he felt the force of the impact. Now that the training wasn't simply about learning how to fight, but actually landing and taking hits, they'd all realized Jeremy didn't have the same physical toughness the hunters had. So they'd given him a set of armored clothing, which hadn't done much as Jeremy's out for. He was sure they'd keep him from breaking anything, but the hits still hurt. Open hand, cub, Thurok said. With a breath, he opened his hand and tensed it. He didn't run at his friend anymore. He stepped around him, watched him, tried to see something that would hint at an opening. Thurok's fur was matted with sweat, an indication he too was feeling this fight, even if Jeremy hadn't scored one solid hit at this point. His endurance let him push the exchange, but Thurok's experience meant he always brought him down before it lasted long enough for exhaustion to make him careless. Jeremy attacked, dodged, blocked, and slashed, and was doubled on the floor in pain from the punch in his stomach. Thurok crouched next to him. Cub, that is enough, the instructor said. Cub, do you need a medic? Jeremy uncurled, wincing at the pain, then shook his head. I'm good. That may have been an exaggeration. Hunter, what were your instructions? To teach the cub to be a hunter. Do you feel you did that? Do you feel that is what you did? Thurok looked down at him, and worry appeared on his face. Jeremy tried for a comforting smile, but he was still in pain. I don't know, Beta. Good. You need to be able to tell how you are instructing is effective. You need to learn how those under you respond to how you instruct them. Training is over. Is over for both of you. Hunter, see Beta Arimakal Kurikina tomorrow for instructions on how to learn to read your student. Cub, tomorrow, here, same time. She turned and left. Jeremy groaned at the thought of more of this. The hot water over his sore back felt good. The water falling over him mostly rendered the others' voices indistinct. A hand touched his shoulder, then the fingers pressed, and he moaned. The other hand joined it in massaging the shoulder. I'm sorry for how hard I went at you. I didn't know you would be who I trained with when she told me that it blah. I didn't know you would be who I'd train. When she told me it was what I'd be doing. I got, by the end, that this was as much about you learning something as me. Part of you becoming a beta? Yes, there is much more to being a beta than I thought. I guess that's why you weren't in engineering today. And the last week, I don't know when I'll be back. Hopefully, once this training is done, you'll have more time. I'll probably have beta responsibility then. I might not be able to be on the same shift as you. Yeah, I'll change mine then. I'm glad that's not something I'll ever have to worry about. Turek chuckled, changing shoulder. What? You're going to be a good beta. Jeremy stuttered. And on what great well of knowledge are you pulling that prediction from? His friend remained silent. Turek? I know you, Jeremy. If you decide to become a beta, you will be good at it. I can't see myself ever going through all of this. Could you see yourself becoming a hunter? I'm not one. Yet. His friend leaned in and nuzzled the side of Jeremy's neck. This was not foreseen on my part. The gesture was uncomfortably intimate. Fortunately, Turek stepped back. Sorry, I shouldn't. It's okay, Jeremy said, pushing his discomfort aside. Considering his were physical, as much as it felt intimate to him, he'd seen plenty of friends rubbing muzzle or nuzzling to show they cared. He turned to face his friend and saw something in the expression that made him think it might have meant more. But please don't do it again. I'm with Graal, you know that. Turek nodded. Again, I'm sorry. How about you get under here and I wash your back? Turek switched places with him and Jeremy set the incident aside. Groggeron nuzzled Jeremy's neck and he startled. He'd been lost in the ballad on the screen, the hero taking on Zenila Haran for the sake of her heart. Are you okay? He considered not saying anything. It wasn't like something had happened. Turek nuzzled me while we showered after training. He is your friend. I think he was hoping to shorten the names we used. When his heart remained silent, he added, You know I wouldn't do that to you, right? I know. Do you understand that him wanting to shorten the names doesn't mean he wants to take my place? He has a mate, too. You didn't see the way he looked at me. It was more than, let's be better friends. This was, I want something deeply serious with you. You think he's going to respect your refusal? Yes, he's too good of a friend to force the issue. Then there is nothing to worry about. Groggeron nuzzled his neck again, and they returned to watching their hero try to outsmart the god of chance. Technician Jeremy Bradshaw, the engineer, called, and he was back in his office by the time Jeremy looked over his shoulder. Someone's going to have a fun time again. Preteros Singsang. Are you involved with the engineer? Technician Nialas de Deriasil Tilmar asked, sounding surprised. No, he's torturing me. Preteros, can I send you my board? Nothing's happening with it at the moment. His friend grinned. I can handle it while you handle the engineer. Does the engineer have sex with him? She asked, and Preteros laughed while Jeremy ignored his burning ears at the idea. He stepped into the office. Engineer? Reports 1888 through 25. Compile and tell me your result. He stiffled aside, sat at the console, and set to work. And that concludes Chapter 3 of The Technician's Fight. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is up on Ream's Story as well as the previous book. And if you are looking to support me, to listen to these live. It's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. And welcome to the stream, the lady writes. Hello, the Dark One. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the raid. I hope your stream was well. I hope your day is going well. How are you doing, the Dark One? You are late, Raider. Do not question it. I never question anything. I don't have to question anything. I'm a writer. I just make up the answers as I go along. Things are going well. I'm going through my read and correct of my new book. Posting that, fixing mistakes. Stream was fantastic. Definitely not that. Finally figured out just the story that felt like dragging, like dragged. Oh, cool. Glad you you worked that out. Hey, Ruined Writer. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? You might be under the weather or sleep deprived, not sure. Well, go sleep. If you don't feel any better afterwards, you might be under the weather indeed. June 24th. That makes that 26th. You're up now. Sleep won't happen till evening. Much to your regret, you are no napper. Yeah, I'm not a napper myself. I'm very scheduled, which means I always go to bed more or less at the same time. I always get up more or less at the same time, except on the weekend. On the weekend, I don't know what happens to my sleep pattern, but it goes wonky. But on a weekday, 9:30 I'm in bed. 4:30 a.m. I'm up. And so if I'm really off, I will go to bed earlier, but it's rare. Hey, Cypher, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Wait, now it was called something step, your fantasy story. The series name is Dungeon Runner. The book I'm currently working on is Stepping Wild. Book 1 is Bottom Rung. Book 2 is Stepping Up. Book 3 is Broken Steps. Book 4 is Stepping Wild. Book 5 is probably going to call something like Mind Your Step. I'm not sure what book 6 is going to be called. I've got notes somewhere for ideas, but I am unsure yet. This is a joke, and do not do this. Just hit your head. That should help you sleep. You doing all right? Cool. Uh, if you want to take a look, Ruined, there's my website. Which means I need to grab this again. People do not have common sense anymore. I agree, Dark One. I definitely agree, which is why I have gotten in the habit of calling it uncommon sense. Not enough people have it to qualify as common anymore. Some peeps are allergic to it. Yes, yes, indeed. Uncommon sense, though. Even when it was a wee lad, it was more uncommon sense. Yeah, but it feels worse now. Like I think maybe it should start being called rare sense. Or forgotten sense. Nice to see I have my own site. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, I do. It feels worse now. It's like the thing that was due to the information age. You were exposed to it more than it's spreading. But I'm sure that the information age has played a part. But I also strongly suspect that there is a concerted effort to dumb down the population. The people with the money don't like it when common folk can outthink them. And yeah. No, that's 3. Knowledge is power. Yep. Yep. Knowledge is power. All right. I am going to start a read and correct for another chapter. Since a lot of new people have arrived, let me give you how I work. While I'm doing these, I am recording them. So I will be ignoring the chat while this happens. Anything said will be responded once I'm done. So I am confirming the microphone is on. Turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up, which is my stand-in for the once I make the correct cover. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tigerites, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing Chapter 4 of The Technician's Fight. Gralgheran stood before the Earther, seated on the other side of the table. He had accommodated her by providing flat seat with straight back. Jim had pretended some in these early days living with him, until he'd gotten used to the bowl shape. The psychologist sat to his right at the table or tablet on it, while he wore a lens so he could keep his hand behind his back. Name? He asked. It wasn't the first time she'd been asked since being captured, and based on the previous responses, he had an idea what to expect. How about go fuck yourself? You identify your species as Earther, correct? Go miss fuck yourself? The miss had been advised by the psychologist, an Earther term that related to the female being in or out of a relationship. She stared at him and took a second to get over the surprise. Human, furball. Human is a species internal reference. Like I give a fuck what you people call me. I call you by the name you told me is yours, miss. Go fuck yourself. She had to look up to glare at him. Let me guess, you get off on looming over the poor little humans like you capture. I stand because that is where a leader belongs. You've had other Earthers. I've had other Earthers on my ship, and I did not feel the need to loom over them. Miss, go fuck yourself. It's Allison! It's fucking Allison McMartin! Shorter than he'd like. But she was an Earther, and he could deal with it for the duration. Thank you, Miss Allison McMartin. Your species is being marked as Earther as the Federation equivalent of what you refer to yourself internally. Is that agreeable with you? If I say no, what are you going to do about it? Tack on fur and call me a cat? You do not meet any of the requirement to be accepted as Kelsarian citizen. But if being an Earther is not something you desire, steps can be initiated to find a species willing to accept you as theirs. You people are impossible, she hissed. So you agree to being identified as an Earther as the Federation equivalent? Of course I fucking agree. Age? You fucking serious? Medical identifies you as per using Earther biological file as being in your late 30s. I'm 33, she glowered. And you just made that up to get me to tell you. No, when you were checked for injuries and treated, you were scanned. Because you are Earther, I was able to get permission to have medical use the information your species provided us when we were shepherding them within the Federation, even if its truthfulness is now in doubt. It had found her to be in reasonable health for her species. Taking into account pirates didn't usually have the best diet, since they needed to make do with what they could steal until they were able to reach one of the few stations willing to ignore what they were so they could sell what they had stolen and buy supplies. There were only 3 of them at the edge of Kelsarian space, and only because knowing where the pirates had to go to resupply meant it was easier to keep track of them and remove those who were becoming too much of a problem. Unfortunately, they didn't have jurisdiction within other species' borders, and not all of them were as strict with what they'd let the pirate get away with. Sharing a border with the Tahornian made keeping track of those particularly difficult. How long have you been part of the pirate crew? She smirked. Didn't your scan tell you? The psychologist moved a claw on her tablet, then 2-3 years at most appeared before him. That was longer than he expected. He knew Earthers had been finding Esalen within the Federation well before he found Jeremy, but for one to become a pirate so far back implied the Earther had been better at hiding the Earthers, that's going to be plural, because this is referring to a species, had been better at hiding what they did than any of them thought that, or they had let their criminals go with more ease than their citizens. If she had been planted to cause them problems through the pirates, the psychologist would have already picked up on it, which meant he couldn't use getting answers to those questions as a meat to whet her appetite for freedom. When your crewmate expressed a desire to sell technician Jeremy Bradshaw to the Earthers, you were against it. Have you dealt with them? She asked. Yes. Then why the fuck do you even need to ask me why? I understand why they would be at risk in that encounter. Nothing in the interaction we've documented since you and the rest of your pirates' crew indicates you care about what happens to them. With having been part of their crew for 2 years, that leads me to think the camaraderie that can be considered one of the redeeming factor to pirates was never your intent. They were a means to an end. Our surprise at him mentioning the time frame gave way to anger. To get as far from that fucking border as I could, but those assholes just wouldn't go anywhere else. Just wouldn't go anywhere else. Our territory, they kept saying. Like, we should be limiting ourselves to one patch of space when there's so much of it. They most likely intended it in the form of not getting any further from the one station in the area that would take them in. Why do you want to get away from your people? A silent glower. With a message from the psychologist, he continued. Are Earthers purposely allowing their criminals to escape to their territory and into ours? Silence again, but worried this time. She might not know. Worried she'd been allowed to leave instead of doing so through her own cunning. The reason didn't matter. Who do you want me to contact on Earth to arrange for your return to them? Are you fucking kidding me? There are systems in places that even the Earthers can't casually ignore since they are still seeking someone to shepherd them within the Federation. Family law empowers you to reach out to a family member, have them petition your government to take you back. I can't speak to how they will address your crimes, but she laughed, a bitter and angry thing. No family or none that she considers as such appeared. That complicated things. She'd already indicated she had no interest in being recognized as a different species. Captain, if I may, the psychologist said. Go ahead. Allison, please look at me. While your fear is understandable, it will not help you at this time. Take a breath. Think of something soothing, an image or a sound or a smell that brings you comfort. Good. The Earther followed along with the psychologist's instructions. Now, the situation you are in is not good, but it doesn't have to become worse. The captain's work here isn't to make you suffer, but your situation is complicated. She nodded to him. Allison McMartin, you are a pirate. The Federation has regulations in place that means that regardless of my people's desire to make pirates operating within our territory suffer our punishment for the crimes, I need to deliver them to a Federation station for them to be returned to their people so they can be prosecuted as per their rules. Earthers are not part of the Federation. This is singular. And because you have committed the crimes of piracy within Federation space, asking for asylum is not a possibility, even if persecution by your government led to you becoming a criminal. You are someone outside the Federation species. Unless you take steps for your government to repatriate you, you fall under the laws of the species in which territory you committed the crime you were caught doing. You were operating within Kelsarian territory. You fall under our laws. You do not want to suffer the punishment we administer to criminals of your caliber. I encourage you to reconsider making a plea to your government. I know that some of the things they do are not good, but it will not be worse than you going to an incarceration center. By the paling of her skin, he had at least managed to impart the danger of remaining under Kelsarian jurisdiction. You don't have to make a decision now, the psychologist said. but you will need to make one. You need to know that if you choose to ask, I'm missing an O here. If you choose to ask one of the Federation species to make you theirs, their refusal will return you to us to be punished as our laws allow. This is not a system you can manipulate in the hopes of outplaying us. You get one chance. Either appeal to your government, select one of the Federation species and convince them to accept you, or be punished under our laws. Would anyone want someone like me? Piracy was one of the worst crimes someone could commit according to all but one species, and he implored Ottmar Rasheterek to grant the psychologists the wisdom not to mention them. They would agree, he knew, but once the Earther disappeared within Terhornian territory, he dreaded what they might do. He'd seen what Terhornian's pirates were willing to do to their captives when they were outside their territory. Would they have limits within theirs, where there was no one to oversee their actions? We can provide you files on each species, she said, and you can study them. You may find one that would overlook the severity of your crimes if you can offer them something of worth in return. You have worth, Allison, she said. Regardless of what brought you here, of what you did, you have worth. Read through the files. Look for a species that can see that. They will still punish you, but it will be nothing as severe as ours would be. We are not a gentle people, Allison, when we are angered. She stood, and it was enough to tell him this was as much as they could hope for. He called the hunter. I need to settle on if I'm capitalizing the term or not. To escort the prisoner to her cell. I wish you hadn't offered the files. She won't ask her government. I can't tell you why, but her fear of them runs too deep. Could she hide that from you? He didn't know how strong of a mentalist the psychologist was, but he knew she was strong. He couldn't prevent her from finding out information if she set herself to it, and he had training to resist interrogations. She doesn't know why she's afraid. As best as I can tell, it goes back to her childhood and has been trampled by time, made into a formless cloud that covers any thought about Earth she has. I can't remove the Terhornians from those files, and our files on them will come with explicit warning of the kind of people they are. If she decides on them, it will be fully informed. Did you get anything that can mitigate her punishment? An Earther isn't made for the incarceration centers. I will send you my full report, but no. There was nothing I saw that she was coerced at any stage of the decision that led to the act of piracy she was captured for. She also doesn't have any intelligence on what the Earther government does to those like your heart. So she couldn't offer her as a source of information. What are the chances one of the species would accept her? The ears folding back didn't bode well. Her life has been fighting the authorities, a desire to remove herself from anyone who could tell her how she was expected to live her life. It does not make her someone who can easily adjust to others' way of thinking. She refused to warm to the rest of the crew she was part of, and there are no more lawless than pirates. If she had gained control of them, she might have been able to grow closer, but as the lone Earther, unless she was willing to have sex with those with an interest in the exotic, she would never gain the leverage to achieve control. Even if she had considered that, she wouldn't have done it. She is not xenophobic, but sex is not a tool for her. It's going to kill her, he stated, hours after she's dropped off on that planet, and she's going to be dead. They are supposed to be so criminals learn there are worse things than being a functioning part of a society, but all we end up doing is sending people there to die. We are not a gentle people, Captain. She told them in the same gentle tone she told the Earther, especially when people go against our desires. And this concludes Chapter 4 of The Technician's Fight. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, as well as the book before it, they are up on Ream Story. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Alrighty, and thank you, Runed Writer. the schedule. Plus 1 is 26. I like Ream Story's scheduling system. Really nice to use. Six plus 1 is July. Oh, come on. Did I not? Of course, it works easier. It works better if I hit the create button. There we go. All right. So that is done. Here. I can move on to that goes here. Can move on to stepping one. Wait, did I do that actually? Okay, that chapter has been done. Oh, alrighty. I am confirming the microphone is on. Turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tigerites, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 70 of Stepping Wild. All right, the caravan master called. He was a lanky man, now dressed to show wealth rather than the comfort of travel. For the new ones with us, stay with the caravan or the stalls. Teleres isn't a city kind to troublemakers. I'm not paying to get you out of whatever cell they throw you in. The information was new to Tibbs. Nothing in his reading about the city had indicated it was harsher on criminals than any other city. A learned city, one of the scholars had written as a descriptive. It had the largest library in the kingdom of Fristerek, which was why Tibbs had picked this caravan. The other had been that it had been the closest to the Forest of the Lost. Nothing he'd read about it hinted to monster or creatures. There weren't even mention of unusually large animals. The only thing he'd noted when reading about it was the reason behind the name. People who went in the forest rarely returned. There were many ordinary reason it happened. The forest was large and dense, so getting lost and dying there would be common. It as would be exiting elsewhere, but you'd expected that to be noted. People unable to explain how they'd found themselves with some place were as noteworthy as those vanishing. Even if there were no large animals, one could still die of a reasonably sized one or group of them. But the possibility a dungeon was the cause couldn't be ignored. And if he found nothing, one of the road away from Toleres eventually reached the city of Durimar. He'd find a caravan to travel with, be thwarted yet again in his attempt to be a runner, and move on to more searching from there. He had time. Tibbs had ample time. Unlike all cities he remembered, the caravan market was immediately past the gate instead of deep within the city, where all could reach it with the same ease. Many were next to the transportation platform, adding visitors as possible customers. The stores were well made, of wood and stone. The sense of permanence was there. Nowhere was there space for hastily put up tent. Flowers and small trees took whatever space was present between stalls, adding a sense of comfort to the market's bustling traffic. He spent his time helping merchants set up eager to see how else the city made itself comfortable for its citizens. When the sun reached its zenith, Tibbs and his team were done setting up the merchant they'd been assigned to, and they found the caravan master for their pay covering this leg of the journey. Tibbs didn't tell him he wasn't returning. He only warned them when he'd built a friendship, and this time he hadn't. It hadn't been him actively keeping the others from being close, but the guard leader ran things much like Tibbs figured armies ran, and it hadn't led to many friendships. Actually, it hadn't to any friendship. And he might return. Even the presence of the library, the largest in the kingdom, wasn't a guarantee he'd stay. The claim might be wrong. The subjects it covered might not be of help to him. A week was long enough to work out that. He spent the rest of the day wandering the shops and taverns that lined the marketplace, speaking with the people behind and at the bar. There was even an inn offering rooms, and he saw a few merchants paying for them. As with any inn he'd eaten at, the food was better than the tavern, but like the previous... I don't need that. Like any inn he'd eaten at, that's enough, so... the food was better, but he didn't stay long. Quickly, He always found himself missing Craggle Rock and his friend there. The reason for his conversation with the barkeeps and the patrons didn't serve him as well here as it usually did, as they usually did. Taverns and the locals who frequented them were usually good places to get a sense of the city. They suggest places to spend their coin, neighborhoods to avoid, why their city was so much better than the previous one he'd been to, the next one he'd go to. Everyone he asked answered him, but those answers came with an unexpected amount of light for how positive they were. He always expected some light. People would always exaggerate to make their city seem better than elsewhere, but so much outright lies, especially when the answer to how did the city treat its worker was the city made sure everyone was well looked after. How was the city better than Custiran, the next city destination for the caravan? In all ways, of course. Were nobles fair to the cities less fortunate? Returned him with a blazing, the fairest of any cities, of course. The one answer that was always dark was when he asked about the city guards, dedicated to maintaining order, not people to cross or want chasing you, never resting. Nearly without fail, unless he asked about the guard, people lied. He tried to prod, ask specific questions that would let him work out the truth, but immediately the person turned nervous, worried, at times outright fearful. None of him. They looked around when that happened, mumbled apologies, and moved away from him. And moved away. I don't need to form him. There had been no guards in the tavern, not even anyone paying them attention. Not that a glance would reveal anyone's skill at eavesdropping. Once darkness fell on the city, Tibbs went looking for his answers. Running the roofs proved more difficult than other cities. Someone already owned them and was protective of them, and organized in doing so. He'd expected to find someone in charge, like the master, or what Jackal described as his family. But enough oddities about those guarding the roofs registered to make him doubt thieves, however organized they might be, were responsible. They did wear leather, cut for running and quick motion, but there was a uniformity in their make that he'd never seen among thieves. Even organized thieves dressed as they needed for the work they did. Teams would share colors and emblems, sometimes design of armor, when obtained from the same merchants, but they'd never seen one place where every one of them wore the same design, as if it was enforced by an unwavering authority, the way the guards did. And the layout of the watch post also reminded him more of guards, with each set to cover as much of the roofs as they could, limiting the gaps, then thieves deciding this section was theirs and picking whatever was close to its center. With them present, it was nearly impossible to run in a straight line for any amount of time. Staying in the blind spot wasn't simple for him, and sensing those hiding in the shadows let him remain undetected. On top of that, unlike them, he didn't need light to see. Another oddity was how empty the alleys were. The only people he sensed walking that night walking them were guards. Even cities that enforced curfew could never stop night people from going about their business. Things turned stranger still once he reached the worst neighborhood of the city, with its building only standing because they leaned against each other, where parts would fall during any storm, and if people didn't mind the thunder, the following lightning could shatter lives along with buildings. He remembered people on the roofs in his youth holding the metal pikes. They couldn't be left there, otherwise someone would steal it and get a few broken coppers for the metal. He'd watch lightning strike one, it and the people who had held it smoking in the rain, those still alive hurrying to grab it, raise it as thunder sounded again. Here, The city street was filled with guards. Short of tearing it down for it to come back to life elsewhere in the city, this was the only way Tibbs could think a city could keep life continuing at night here. Could keep life from continuing at night here. But why would Toleranis care what people got up to on the street? Nothing that happened here left it. Nearly every corner had a guard, not taking advantage of the folks or watching for anyone who might interrupt another one, taking their pleasure at the expense of the people here. They were alert, ready to what? Keep people from leaving their hovel? Every building had someone in it. Cuts filled the floor. Some had fallen asleep at tables. A few had a room of their own, and now that he had fever, he could tell when they slept or were in the middle of sex. Each time he got the sense of that, left him wishing he could stop sensing that one element. Why would a city keep people from moving about at night? Streaks folks or anyone else, even the nobles' neighborhood, were only had guards in their street, although not as many, and they didn't seem to be as attentive. He eventually sensed night walkers, just so few of them as to be meaningless. He returned to the room he'd rented and slept. Once the day came, he'd visit the city and see what the light revealed. The people Tibbs walked by among the stalls were well dressed, all of them. Although he continued wondering, looking for anyone drawn to the market in the hopes of begging a few coins from those flush with them, or liberating them. Without asking, he saw no one in rags, no one in worn clothing, no one here only looking for things they would never be able to get. Even the poorest person Tibbs saw had a purse heavy with coins. He doubted this was because Toleranis didn't have beggars. If that was the case, it wouldn't have a street. People had to be able to fall lower to hang on the hopes begging could keep them living. Where do you think you're going? The guard demanded, stepping away from the wall she'd been leaning against as Tibbs stepped past the shop to continue along the street. They were present at each street and alleyways. I'm going to explore the city. Then he added, thinking she might not realize who he was, since he dressed in a good set of clothing, I'm one of the caravan guards. I don't have anything to do until we're packing up to leave in a week. You should remain with the market. Do you have any idea how many of them I see? Yours is better than any, but it's still just a market. I want to see something else for a while. Her snort was derisive. You're looking to cause trouble. You lot are all the same. You think that traveling with merchants somehow makes you special. No, I'm just... Get back to your people, she said, placing a hand on the pommel of her sword. Your kind aren't welcome here. He returned among the stalls, surprised at the vehemence. Arguing wouldn't have done him any good. Her hatred was real. As he looked for an unguarded alley, he also looked for someone poorer than the successful merchant. One of their helpers or a servant sent on an errand because their master couldn't be bothered. Not one. When he looked down the roads he passed, he couldn't see anyone like that heading for the market, to be turned away by one of the guard because why would the city keep people with fewer coins out of the market? He knew what was sold. Some could be afforded by poorer folks. Stop! The woman's order caused everyone along the road Tibbs had just stepped on to freeze. He was a few steps slower, surprised at the worry and fear on their face. You, caravan guy! Tibbs faced her and saw the satisfaction at having his attention. The rest can go about your business. Their relief was palpable as they hurried away. Can I assist you? he asked. You know what? Nah, no, I kind of need it just to make sure it's clear. Where do you think you're going? In the city. There had been a lack of metal on anyone near the wall, so he'd moved reflexively. He hadn't considered she'd just moved away. Why? Has he had... Had he ever heard so much suspicion in one word? To visit. The market's not good enough, not enough for you? She asked disdainfully. All the good shops are here, just for you folks. There wasn't as much glow on the words as he expected. Not a lie, only an exaggeration. Had they really set the better shop here, away from the city center? I see markets at every city we stop at. I prefer seeing the city itself. She narrowed her eyes, and he readied himself to defend his decision this time. We're going to watch you. We don't have any patience for folks like you. I'm just... Oh, I know the kind of the kind of folks who guard these things. We get your kind too often. You even think of causing trouble, and we'll know. Then you'll get to see what our cells are like. Compare them to the other ones you've spent time in. Am I clear? He nodded. She'd said all that without one word glowing. She believed it fully, but she was letting him go, and that's all that he wanted. But he felt the eyes on him well beyond the following intersections. How difficult would it be for him to blend in? His features weren't overly distinctive. His pale brown skin wasn't common everywhere, but he couldn't remember one city where he hadn't seen others of the same skin tone, or darker, or with a golden hue, or slanted eyes, or thinner mouth. He'd asked a scholar once, early in his travels, why people looked so different if they all came from the same elements. The man had explained that a long time ago, a long time before, well before the transportation platforms, people didn't travel as they did now. Because they stayed in one place, they gained characteristic of the elements that were more common there. Over the eons, those became pronounced enough, they created distinctive-looking people who had lighter or darker skin, different eyes or mouth or cheeks or shape of their bodies. Once the platform came, the man had then added, these people were able to mix, and now they could be found in so many places it was difficult to know where that first land had been. The explanation had felt wrong to Tibbs even back then. When he sensed people, he didn't sense some who had more than one element compared to the other, or at least not so much that he noticed a difference when he wasn't narrowing his sense so tight only the two persons he compared registered to him. But even then, he didn't think such a small difference could be the answer. No to object? What? Oh. No two objects, no matter how alike they were, had exactly the same distribution of elements. But he didn't have another explanation. The biggest problem he could think of in passing himself as one of them was that he hadn't mastered the language. Tibbs saw wariness on nearly every face, not when they looked at him, but almost at any time they looked at those around them. Definitely when they looked at in the guard's directions. It was the rare person who moved about without showing concern, and what he noticed about those was that they had wealth. They dressed wealthily, and their purses were heavy with coins. If you had money, you could afford not to worry about the guards, because they could pay for the privilege. How much did that cost that only the nobles and most successful merchant could manage it? A detail that had escaped him during the night of exploration was how drastically the quality of the construction changed from one neighborhood to the other. On one side of the street, it would be all excellently built structures with vibrant colors, while the other might be shabby construction, whitewashed walls. Nothing so bad as to be falling apart the way the street was at risk of doing, but he wondered if that was only a question of time. When he stopped at a shop, he was stared at or ignored. No one was willing to sell him whatever they had. At taverns, he was ignored unless he placed the silver coins on the bar, then that vanished in exchange for a tankard that wasn't worth so much. He doubted anyone else there paid more than a copper for it. The city was not welcoming to visitors. He found a transportation platform roughly in the center of the city and deserted. No marketplace surrounded it. No attendant stood ready, ready to welcome the next person in line and to take them to their destination. Not even one encouraging passerbys to travel, as he'd seen in some cities when few people needed their services. He could sense a handful of them with the golden tint to their essence. He could sense a handful of them with the golden tint to their essence, the golden tint of those who had void as their element, but they were in a building at the back. Someone would have to seek them out if they wanted to travel. He noticed the men and women on the roofs, if they were even allowed to travel. He walked from well-built houses to questionable construction a few streets later. A few more after that, they were even better built than that previous neighborhood. He attracted looks as much as in the shabby ones. People dressed in ways that matched the neighborhood and didn't trust anyone who didn't match them. Stepping onto the street didn't happen. This isn't a safe area for citizens, the guard who stopped him said. Tibbs nodded to keep from revealing he wasn't from the city and tried to sneak in, but every alley was guarded. To see what took place there, he had to resort to the roofs and an etching of darkness to keep the watchers there from noticing him. Nothing untoward was taking place on the streets. The folks there went about surviving as best as they could under the constant eyes of guards, any who committed a crime was taken away, just as he saw elsewhere in the city. This was why everyone was worried. The city enforced its laws brutally. He smiled and decided he'd be staying for a while, no matter what the library offered. He was going to have fun here, but first he needed to find a place to stay. And this concludes chapter 70 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is up for free on Royal Road. If you want to read ahead of that and support me in the process, that is on Ream Story. We're about 20 chapters ahead, I believe. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes. And with that, I shall wish you a good day. Alrighty. June 20th. 23rd. Stood. That is done. Moving on to next chapter. Angel, late raider, that's all she wrote. Welcome to the stream. I hope your day is going well. Until there was a sandstorm. Eesh, that cannot be good. Alrighty, I am going to start another chapter, read incorrect of another chapter, by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing Chapter 71 of Stepping Wild. Finding lodging proved difficult. Few placers offered them, and those which did required him to justify his stay by providing immigration documents, explaining he only needed a room until a cabin left didn't work. There were lodgings for its guard by the market. The immigration office proved to be, as he expected, more interested in convincing him to leave. "What skill will he bring to the city if they let him stay?" they asked, with a tone saying they didn't believe someone like him had anything to offer. They had plenty of people willing to fight, and their guards went through training specific to the city. No merchant would make use of his services. The city provided guards for that. The one skill Tibbs had, he knew the city wouldn't. Didn't. The one skill Tibbs had, he knew the city didn't, they wouldn't look well on, and he had no interest in a cell as his lodging, although he was curious what would happen if he was in a cell when the caravan left. He doubted they'd just kick him out of the city for to, to fend for himself in the wilderness. Well, he was confident other cities wouldn't. By the time he left the office, he had to wonder just how far Tolerace would go to maintain order. So he found an abandoned attic above an unused shop and settled in. Walking the city without drawing attention took work. He had to get clothing that would let him blend in and needed to buy them slowly from all over the city to keep from being noticed before the caravan left. As a stranger, every merchant demanded to know why he'd want a piece of clothing from them. He played the excited visitor, gushing over the workmanship, the stitching, the colors. He worked his compliment in ways that made it clear he was ignorant of anything relating to tailoring, and was criminally overcharged for the performance. But over only 4 days, he accumulated a variety of pieces, enough to fit in nearly every social echelon within the city by careful variation of them. You know what? Not every. Every common. Because he would never bother at this point with something noble-ish. Enough to fit with nearly every common social echelon within the city by careful variation of them. While he brought them all to his tent by the caravan corral after purchase, only one set remained there. By the time the caravan left, Tibbs could walk without okay. This is going to be before the caravan, because I deal with the caravan leaving a little bit before. Before the caravan, had to leave, Tibbs could walk without being noticed. Could walk about without being noticed. It meant using the roofs without being seen until he found an alley free of guards so he could fall into with the city folks, and it meant speaking as little as possible. It would be months before he could hold a conversation without an accent, and while the city had an enclave of people from the kingdom of Genidan, who insisted on speaking their native language there, while even they weren't looked at favorably outside the enclave. As long as he had the patience to deal with being sneered at, Tibbs could manage to be a Genedian flawlessly. Tibbs had to be with the caravan when it left. Each time he headed into the city, a guard reminding him they kept a tally of who left and who wasn't in a cell, and if they had to go look for him, he wouldn't enjoy the result. As with any last day of a caravan at a city, the chaos spread from the market to the corral the caravan wagons were kept. People from the city competed with the merchants as the one demanded to be sold that one last item before they couldn't be without, while the other needed to pack their wares so they could be carried to their wagon before the guards made good on their threat of helping them along. It had the advantage of making it impossible for the guards to keep track of everything and everyone, and they relied on paying attention to those who stood out. Tibbs walked to the corral as himself, laden with boxes for the spice merchant and jostled by city folks who'd realized their merchant had closed their booths, but still needed to buy that very important item. Only letting people with coins into the market meant they also had the attitude they shouldn't be denied what they wanted. He paused at his tent after delivering his cargo to change, then left it, covered by an etching of darkness, to join a group of satisfied customers heading back into the city. He dropped it as he stepped behind and matched their attitude. The guard barely had the time to spare them a glance. It was much the same as they exited the marketplace, breaking away from them once they were well out of the guard's sight to mix with other city folks. with nothing to do toward making sure to be unnoticed, with nothing to do to ensure he could be undetected in the city. Tibbs spent the day observing its inhabitant, confirming details he hadn't been able to investigate in his previous outings. The guards didn't always need a reason to accost people or arrest them. The only group who seemed immune to being randomly questioned about their actions, their thoughts on the city, and those making the decisions were the nobles. The only time he saw a noble being questioned, they had been arguing with a merchant, and the guards were no more gentle with them as they were with the merchant. Making yourself noticed removed any protection your status granted you. Tibbs were willing to play noble for the duration of his stay. That was good information to have. He was questioned twice during the day and adopted the Genidanian accent when responding. It didn't quite match the way he was dressed, but his clothing had enough earth tone in them. He wasn't questioned about that. On an errand, he replied to being asked what he was doing. He gave the name of a wealthy resident of the Genedian enclave as the one who sent him. When asked about his thought on the ruler of the city, Tibbs didn't have to act puzzled. He couldn't understand why someone like that had an interest in like him had an interest in the ruler. Someone like that had an interest in what? That's not where you go. In what lowly city folks thought. And having to figure out his answer gave him a sense of why they were asking. While he hadn't heard anything about it, the harshness of the law enforcement had to create an undercurrent of dislike. Ordinary folks might not be able to hide that when speaking about the person responsible for it. Maybe that was the reason behind the unexplained arrest he'd witnessed. He affected a confused disinterest while telling the guard he thought they did a good job and was let go. The day after the caravan left, criers spread words of one of the caravan folks caught stealing and that she would be punished at the day's zenith. He was there and close enough to recognize her as one of the caravan guard. What she'd done to deserve the whipping varied based on who talked about it. A few coppers out of her pocket, some said, out of a merchant's coin box, others. Some claimed it had been silver. One stated she'd been caught taking electrum out from a city office. He hadn't needed the light on the words to know that was a lie. The whipping was less severe than Tibbs had expected for theft. She got to keep her hands, but harsh enough she had to then be dragged to the street afterward. He considered helping her, as well as how he'd go about it, but decided not to. Having both been guard with the same caravan didn't make them friends, and his responsibility. The caravan master had been clear about what would happen to anyone causing trouble. She'd gotten herself into this. She'd have to get herself out of it. He had more important things to work on. Tibbs improved his wardrobe over the following weeks and gained a better sense of how the city worked. During the day, anyone without demonstrable purpose might be taken away for questions. Tibbs acquired a satchel in which he kept fresh clothing, making a delivery for his employer. He'd learned the name of half the city's tailor and location of their shops in case the guards asked for details. They didn't. That he be about on business was enough. A bell rang when the sun was 2 fingers' width from the top of the wall as warning, and anyone was to be inside by the time full dark fell, to leave only when the morning bell sounded with the sun's rays breaking over the walls. The one exception surprised Tibbs. If someone called for a cleric, no matter how late, a guard fetched one. If one was found out, they needed to prove they were a cleric, then were escorted to their destination. Anyone else was taken away, not to be seen again. Those arrested in the day would return later, a few days later at most. They looked rougher for their stay in the cell and did not speak of what had been done to them there. Tibbs found where those arrested at night were held by following such an arrest. The city had a large complex of cells under the guards' headquarters filled with people. Freeing them would create chaos, but would anything come of it? He knew better than to believe removing the ruler would change anything. He couldn't even be sure she was the one who was responsible for the harsh enforcement. He only knew what he'd heard about the kingdom. And that was always old information. Oh, what he'd read about the kingdom. And that was always old information. Maybe every city was this harsh, although the Karen master had specified the city, not the kingdom, so possibly not. Keeping the person in charge ignorant what was happening under their sight only meant controlling the information, since they didn't bother with walking the streets to make sure everything was done the way they wanted it. It hadn't been his intent, but Tibbs had seen it before. Oh, it hadn't been to this extent, but Tibbs had seen it before. He couldn't even leave this for the king to handle, if this wasn't how the kingdom was ruled. And if Tibbs even knew how to go about warning them of what was happening. From what he'd read, the king's rules for cities far from where they resided were carried by representative, and cities reported on how well they carried out those instructions through those same representative, who didn't walk around the city to confirm it was true. Who would a king trust? A random citizen or a trusted representative? No. If things were to change, they needed to happen here by someone here. No, not someone. One person couldn't fix a city, how a city did things. The people of that city needed to be the ones to take control of their lives, control of their city. They might need to be shown it could be done and how to go about it, but they needed to decide to act, and only then could he help them further. And, of course, there needed to be someone distracting the guards while those realizations happened. Gathering the clothing took time. He had to slip the garish colors among other purchases for his ever-improving wardrobe. He didn't normally go for garish. The characters he crafted might be out of Bard's songs, but they needed to be actual people. Successful thieves didn't dress garishly. It was their crimes, their actions, that brought attention to them. Became impossible to ignore. Only this time it couldn't be the crimes that the guards noticed. To undermine the city's stifling order, those behind them couldn't be suspected. So this character needed to create the needed chaos simply by being there. The clothing, more than the personality, would make him impossible to ignore, and for those, he went with lavender silk pant, a belt of black satin, a shirt that was the orange of a warm season sunset, while the doublet over it the yellow of the sun as its zenith. The cap atop his head, the red of roses. He'd considered a bright green for the shoes, but realized they would be impossible to hide when he needed to be inconspicuous without using essence, so they were ordinary brown. If the city's guards were even slightly competent, disappearing from the chase would require the use of magic. But for the nimble roamer's first appearance, Tibbs acquired a set of drab pull-apart clothing Theofolk liked, and picked a guard to follow, knowing it would be a question of time before he was given an excuse to act. That time came when the guard reached for a merchant selling clay mugs on a table before a shop. He grabbed their wrist while pulling his other clothing off and smiled at the man's surprise. Now, this isn't how one treats a respectable woman. This makes his accent Iranian. Please let her arm go without causing her to drop her wares. Madame, I do apologize for this. He stepped out of the way of the sword's point. You should retire inside, madame, while I handle this. He faced the guard. Is that an acceptable way to treat a newly arrived visitor to this? I suppose this is putting doubt on this being a fine city. The responsible slash came fast enough. Tibbs didn't entirely step back in time, and the bright yellow doublet was cut, but not the orange shirt below. He couldn't let it touch his skin since he hadn't worked out how to use fever to let himself bleed. I see. I say, what kind of city is this, that its guard will assault an innocent man instead of protecting him from ruffians? With a few more slashes, Tibbs had a measure of the man's speed and skill, and avoiding the attack became easy. Sensing the person on the edge of the roof's end, Tibbs stepped into the guard's attack, took the sword from him into the forming crowd's gasp of fear, and slashed the arrow out of the air, an air etching causing the actual deflection. He pointed to the archer with the sword. See, that is who you should be protecting me. He looked from the guard to the archer and the guard again, making a show of noticing they wore the same armor. Well, this is embarrassing. Have I confused the city's ruffians for guards? He slashed another arrow out of the air, then faced the crowd. Can one of you good folks point me to the city guard? I suspect I'll have trouble finding them if bandits dress the way these do. He slashed another arrow while the crowd took in his question. Do you mind? He threw the sword at the archer's shoulder, needing essence to adjust its direction, then looked at his empty hand. That might not have been the smartest things I've done. He sidestepped the guard's attempt at planting a dagger in his back and shoved him away. He faced the crowd, some pointing at the man he pushed, others at the archer, hand on the sword as if he contemplated pulling it out. Everyone looked scared. Those are the guards? He faced the guard, maneuvering for an attack. Is it normal for guards to accost merchants going about their business in this city? What we do isn't any of your business. The men lunged, and Tibbs stepped aside. When guards attack an innocent wanderer such as myself, you have made the situation one I must address. No one has ever claimed a nimble roamer leaves injustice standing. The guard staggered as he turned to face Tibbs. Who? Tibbs grinned, rushing forward and punching the guard off his feet. No need to worry. Soon the entire city will speak my name. He faced the larger crowd, sensing a group forcing their way through the back of them. He gave a bow. The nimble roamer must leave, but fear not, gentle folks. I will not leave you at their mercy. While my wanderings usually take me away, this time I will remain until they remembered what role guards play on the stage of a city. He turned at the gap as the gap the guards made, pushing people out of their way, became visible and ran for the alley. And that concludes chapter 71 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available for free on Royal Road. If you want to read ahead of that by something like 20 chapters and support me in the process, that is on Ream Story. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. And welcome to the stream, Beatrice. Enjoy the lurk. June 23rd, 25th. I'll be right back. Yeah, right. That's done. Actually, no, it is not. I forgot to do something with these. Let's move you back here. And I'll do that afterward. Forgot to post you on Royal Road. Well, scheduled Royal Road. Alrighty, so going to start another chapter, last of the morning, by confirming microphone is on, turning off desktop audio, confirming I'm on the correct screen, I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time, on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 72 of Stepping Wild. Guards were how the people in charge kept control of the city, so they were who Tibbs needed to undermine. Undermining them to the citizen would be done through the nimble roamer, showing they weren't particularly competent, but he also needed to turn the guards against their employer. That would be done by taking away the coins used to pay them. They couldn't go for the tax office. The city rulers would lay the blame at the feet of the city folks. There would also be too much money in those coffers. For one theft to do anything, he'd be at it for years before the effect showed. What he had to do was take the coins after they were assigned as payments for the guards, but before they received them. There were too many guards for them to go to the city offices to receive their pay. Bags were sent to each of the 34 guardhouses throughout the city where the guards assigned there received their coins. He couldn't wait until they reached the guardhouse, since the distribution started immediately, and there would be too many guards, too many people. He also couldn't take them at the city office. The number of bags made that impractical, and all the guards that would escort the clerks carrying them to their destination would be present. That left while they were in motion. They'd be escorted, but in a busy city like Toleres, distractions would be simple to arrange, especially now that he had fever. What he couldn't do was make a show of taking the coins. It couldn't be possible for anyone to know something had happened until they started paying the guards. That eliminated nearly every easy method he had access to. He couldn't dissipate the essence that made the coins, and Nimble Roamer couldn't drop in and take them. And there needed to be something in the bag to be handed to the guard, something that could be a message a message by itself. One that couldn't be ignored even as he couldn't get to all the bags. One that didn't say, "We've been robbed," but said, "You aren't worth much. You aren't worth as much as those other guards over there, which still receive silver as they pay, while you only got copper." Guards were paid every 9th day. That left him time for his research. Getting into the library might not be as simple as walking in. It rarely was. Even showing scholarly credential might not be enough, considering how controlled everything was. But a scholar arriving from the platform, no, that wouldn't work. Unlike cities, where that was the main way people with money traveled, it was too rare here to go unnoticed or easy to check. It would have to be by caravan, and that was only slightly more complicated to make appear true. A newly arrived scholar couldn't be expected to know how the city worked. His first step consisted of building his scholarly wardrobe. Not all scholars dressed well, but those who traveled at quains and often needed their status as scholar on display for ease of access. They didn't go for needless display of wealth the way nobles did, since even great scholars didn't have the coins to waste on that, but the fabrics would be made to survive travel while still being fine and comfortable. The satchels sturdy, the inkpot and quill case resistant to breakage. It was the rare scholar Tibbs had encountered who could afford magic as protection for their tools, but they would spend as much of their coins on making sure they were protected. Those coins came from nobles' pockets as they wandered away from their neighborhood. With so many guards everywhere, the work was more difficult, but Tibbs had time and the ability to sense where the guards stood by the metal in their armor and weapons. Getting the needed clothing also took time. Until that point, every piece of clothing Tibbs acquired made him one of the common folks, and he couldn't and he couldn't step into a shop as one of them and ask for good quality clothing. He couldn't even claim to be the servant of someone requesting those clothing, as they wouldn't be used common folk. He had to gradually increase the quality of what he wore until his apparent station justified the clothing he wanted. Stealing them had been an option, but the city's merchants were as much victims of the city's rulers as the common folk. And those catering to the nobles would need a team to rob, and he was done with teams for now. Having the clothes adjusted to fit him was simple. Those of wealth who hired servants to buy their clothing weren't interested then in tagging along to be fitted. They either hired a tailor to come to fit them, or found a servant who matched them in body to be the fitting dummy. It took 2 weeks to expand his wardrobe until he could fit in any circle up to, with the right attitude, the low nobles. When he wasn't busy building his wardrobe, he inquired about the caravans and studied the transportation platforms in the hopes he could work out a way to still use it as his explanation. Those were always easier when it came to justifying things like not speaking the local language properly. If it wasn't like travelers from other cities could know the harsh measures in this one, could they? He was able to converse with some of the attendants when they left their buildings to eat at a tavern, and learn that a warning had been sent out to all other platforms about the city's measures. They didn't keep everyone away, but those who arrived then had to explain themselves to the guard stationed at the platform. Those who couldn't were sent back. The attendant had no choice in the matter. The caravan would be easier. He found a caravan master amicable to receiving coins in exchange for claiming the scholar had indeed traveled with her, should she be asked, and from there he found a shadowed corner he made darker with an etching, and upgraded his look to that of the scholar he'd be. He mixed in with the people shopping, buying paper, inks, quills to add to his case, before heading for the main road. "Where do you think you're going?" a guard demanded, then added, after looking Tibbs over, "Sir?" The level of respect was markedly higher from when he'd been accosted as a caravan guard. "To your library," he smiled. "I'm told it's good, and I wish to take a rest from traveling for a time." The man looked him over and seemed to debate his decision. "No one told us one of you was traveling here." "I am going to Bracatia," Tibbs answered. "Their university does extensive research." He stopped as the man's annoyance rose. "But I didn't realize how exhausting traveling was, and some reading will do me good." "You're leaving with the caravan?" "I hadn't decided. More traveling is not appealing at this time." More silent debating. "Varkos!" he called to another guard, and she joined them. "Take this scholar to intake so they can decide if they want to let him stay." Tibbs didn't protest. A scholar might, even if the caravan master told them how the city was. Scholars would be arrogant in their belief intellect granted them privilege. The office was 2 blocks away, a small room with 3 bored-looking clerks. The one the guard placed him before looked at him, sighed, and took paper and quill. "Name?" "Theobald of Harshalen." "City or kingdom?" "City. It is in the kingdom of Oflantinan." "Reason for visiting the library?" "Rest and relaxation." The look said that wasn't acceptable. "I am conducting research on the forest of the kingdoms, their wildlife, the people who depend on them for their travels, the way one affects the other." "There aren't any forests close to here." "But the people travel here from them. I'm hoping that the information will have been tabulated and is available." The clerk didn't look as bored by the use of the scholarly words as Tibbs hoped, carefully writing down what had to be their equivalent in Fritir, the local language. He made out similarity to Itranir, but not enough to let him work out how it worked. "Duration of stay?" "I don't know." "That's not acceptable. If you're looking to stay indefinitely, No, I will be moving on. I simply don't know how long my research will take." The clerk wasn't pleased. "I'm marking you as leaving in 1 month. If you plan on staying longer than that, return here and we'll see if we'll allow it." While the clerk wrote, Tibbs studied the paper. Some words were already on it, probably identifying the page as being something the city recognized. The essence in the paper felt much the same as any other, a general mix of wood with some water, air, metal, earth, and other elements. It lacked the uniformity of the paper, specifically of papers made specifically for a city the way it had been in Brokentia. Recreating them with the changes he need would be simple enough with an understanding of the language. The clerk added a stamp in dark ink that had nothing unusual about it to his sense, then handed the page to Tibbs. Keep this with you. If asked, present it. If you lose it, return here so I can confirm who you are, and I will reissue another permit. You will be charged for that one. I will be careful with it. Thank you. He studied the page more carefully once back in his attic. The numbers would be easy to change, as those worked the same across nearly every kingdom Tibbs had traveled to. He could write them the way the clerk had, after using wood essence to let the dried ink fall through the page. He wasn't sure if he'd have to change any of the words. Hopefully, the library wouldn't be too particular about a scholar taking longer to do his research. Might even encourage it if they charge him for the privilege. If he needed to write an extensive new form, he could cut the part that needed to be the same, like the words at the top and the stamp, and heel them onto a different page, the same way he repaired his clothing, putting the broken seam together, then adding wood essence or fever for those made of animal material, until the gap was bridged and the strands reattached. He didn't entirely understand how it worked, since he didn't have to etch anything, and what he'd read didn't make much sense to him. The scholar who wrote about it talked about the materials knowing what they should be, so that when the right essence was added, it used that to fix itself. That sounded too much like they thought essence was alive, that the item wanted to be whole. It worked, and Tibbs was content with that. Along with learning the written words so he could make changes to his form if needed, getting all the pieces of clothing he needed, and getting coppers by using a silver anytime he bought a candy, learning the route of the clerk, the route the clerks took as they delivered the quains to the guardhouse, and studying who among the city's folk looked ripe to act on their dislike of the city's ruler. Tibbs put on appearances as the nimble roamer. He interrupted guards in the process of abusing their position, or smartened them in public ways, and even fought them at times, showing any who watched they weren't all that skilled. The guards seemed to comprise mainly people who enjoyed displaying the power their position gave them. So much for the training the city supposedly gave its guards. After a full month, Tibbs had enough copper in it to exchange 3 of the bags heading for the guards, and had decided on which route to target. They were far enough through the city word wouldn't reach them in time, and they traveled along busy roads. The clerk was surrounded by 6 guards, but not the common one patrolling the street. These armor were more metal than leather, and with fewer indication they'd seen combat. The people in them carried themselves with an air of authority Tibbs couldn't know was deserved unless he took them on, and that was not part of the plan. The clerk held the leather bag in his arm like the heavy thing it was. The mouth was soon shut with a leather cord that ended in a complicated knot that marked it as the official payment bag. Without his ability to sense fever, he would have had to find one such knot and undo it to work out how it had been tied. That would have meant finding a way inside the city offices, then figuring out where they were kept, and getting into one of those rooms and being alone long enough to learn the knot. Even with having the element, he'd have a difficult time with most of that. Too many items with the same essence blended together at a distance, and people had enough fever in them it made telling them and things like leather bags apart difficult where there was when there was as many of them as the city office had. Tibbs's bag under his shirt held against his body to give him a burly was Tibbs's bag was under his shirt, held against his body to give him a burly appearance instead of giving him a noticeable bulge. He didn't feel its weight because he held it in place with essence. He paced the group, keeping his distance, as did everyone, and sensed ahead. He'd brought his sense in so he could tell people and animal apart. This repaired the fever etching as the large animal attached to the cart filled with large clay jar entered his sense. It was safe as far as his test with weaker versions of it. It was safe as far as his test with weaker versions on smaller animals had only creating a sharp pain without causing damage. It made people curse and animals. Tibbs sent it at the bullseye quarter and it bucked, kicking the cart. Tibbs weakened the wood essence and it broke, sending jars falling. An earth etching at those ensured they sent shards flying on breaking against the road. They spilled a thick liquid he hadn't realized they contained. The group hurried away, shoving themselves against people, of which Tibbs was one. He collided with the clerk, sending a weaker version of the etching into his arm As the bag of silver coins fell, Tibbs let his drop, bumping into the man again. The bag of silver didn't reach the ground, while the copper one did. The guards hurried to grab it. The clerk hurried to grab it, looking around for anyone who might show interest, as the guard formed up and pushed everyone away. Tibbs moved with the push, then slipped into an unguarded alley and made it to an unwatched section of the roofs. Covered in an etching, he ran for the next bag of copper so he could rob another city clerk. And that concludes chapter 72 of Stepping Wild. If you are liking this, if you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available for free on Royal Road. If you want to read ahead of that, buy about 20 chapters and support me in the process that is on Ream Story. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Alrighty. Let's do that. What? How the hell do you end up with this? Oh, you end up with that because I opened the wrong bleeping page. That's why. Oh, does that mean every other one has the wrong page? What's going on here? Okay. The other ones are fine. Okay, did I do this? Distracted. So. Yes, I did. Alright. So I can go here. Well, actually, yes, I can close that. I can close that. This will go here. Okay. And we do that, which means I go here, because that's the file I use. Remove that. August 1st. Really? Oh, yes, that's how it becomes the 4th. And we schedule that. Now you are done. Moving on to the next one. The 4th comes the 6th. You are done. To you. Actually, I'm not copying. Okay, that is all done. You get the file here. Slide does fit there. Actually, yeah, that's the one. Oh, no, wait, I did prep it. Good. Hey, Mama Buckle, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? What's up for me? Did my read and correct this morning, starting to write a new book this afternoon. And got 15 minutes till lunchtime. Wanted to stop by, say hi between some wild meetings. Well, I hope they go to your satisfaction. Yeah, that's actually the outline for chapter 1. New book, yeah, well, yeah. Finished the previous one in this series, not last week, the week before that, because last week I read through the outline, made some adjustment, make notes in preparation. Wrist stretch. Alrighty. Okay, well, let's start with the rehydrate. And yeah, that one was needed. Alrighty. Lateral. Outside right wrist. Gotta recalibrate for this next journey. Yeah, I'm bad at remembering to stretch my wrist. Outside left first, which is kind of why I've got the reminder there. All right, enjoy your alert. Thank you very much. Inside. Right, wrist. Up. Center. Down. What? Fucking kidding me? Alrighty. It is time for me to take lunch. So, I will be back in an hour, and I hope to see you when I get back. And welcome back, everyone. This afternoon, it is Chapter 1 in The Tourists, Book 10 in the Monster and Badman series. This being Chapter 1, one of the things I need to do with it is set up what the world looks like now. And, by world, I mean the immediate surrounding of Tristan and Alex. Which, in this case, means establishing the little town of Lost Hope. Alright, this is a Tristan chapter, so let's tag that accordingly. Right, this is first person. Actually, you know what? I need to step. I need to establish that we're in Lost Hope. Ekla, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? You are doing fine. I'm glad to hear that. I'm doing well. Thank you very much. This morning it was read and corrects, so no actual writing happened. It's editing. That went well. Too much time was taken setting stuff up because I realized that I had not set up the technician's fight to be scheduled on Reem's story, so I needed to go through that. But I still managed to do all the read and correct that I'd planned. Welcome back, James. You have returned. It is not recording correcting. No, that was this morning. I need to set up something. Lapin. 244 words. The anecdotes of the artistocracy. Congratulations, James. Consider yourself hogged back, James. Enjoy the food, James. Curious. What is the full name? Holy cow, a lot of people have portrayed him. Didn't realize that. Ah. Okay. It's Fred, not Frederick. That's not what I wanted to do. How is there... Reflex, maybe? Okay. Oh, there's nothing valuable there. Or maybe just to establish that it's there so I don't forget. Meh. Hello, the lady writes. Welcome back. How is your day going? I will be right back. Alrighty. With the writing done, I am going to bring the stream to an end with a raid to Hawk. Alrighty, so thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping me company. I will be back tomorrow morning. I will be working on Stepping Wild, and in the afternoon, the Technician's Fight. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good week, a good weekend when it arrives, and I will see you when I see you.